Everyone, Foxy Fern here, and welcome back to our stream. Today is probably going to be the last day that we are animating, if all goes well. I mean, not last day forever, right? But last day on this project. So, let's take a look at where we left off last time. It's getting there. I think now that I've had a chance to step away and come back and look at this, I think the lift off the ground and onto his shoulder is pretty much there. Like, I know it could be better, but I'm running out of time, and it's decent. It's not great, but it's decent. So I think at this point, I'm just gonna polish and put on some finishing touches to this. For instance, like, if we take a look at this a little bit slower, there's if my keyboard will work. Hello? Thank you. So like things such as his left arm, for instance, we haven't really given a lot of TLC to that yet. And then what I was talking about when he lifts the mace up off the ground and how I want to adjust his hand a little bit and his elbow and just give that a nicer treatment. And then we also need to animate his little loincloth thingy. So also, I just realized... Oh, no, okay. I was like, my Spotify is probably not going to be on shuffle, but looks like it is. So, hooray. Whoops. And we've got to take care of this. Alright, that's our mace motion, and... yeah, let's just take a look in this perspective view once more. See what things are looking like. I don't want to overwork this again, you know, like what happened last time. So I want to be careful. I think the landing on his shoulder is working better now. I might want to just like check my spacing in my motion trail on all of the keyframes of the end of this maze here. So I'll go ahead and shorten my timeline again to make this easier to preview. Here's our motion, our mace root, so basically his wrist. It's a little rough right here. Kind of weird that it's two keyframes right next to each other, and then boom, he has a big change here. So probably want to fix that a little bit. Even though we don't see his wrist really at that point, I still want it to make sense. Hello, Tom! Thank you for joining the stream, as per usual. Man, you are just like the most regular person that, see, now you've gone and dug yourself into a hole, because when the day comes that you can't make it to a stream, I'm gonna be heartbroken. I'll be like, Tom isn't here. What do I do? He doesn't like me anymore. No, I'm just kidding. No pressure. I promise. But it is really fun that you show up all the time. Alright, let's check out our motion trail on this view. Ooh, it's not super pretty, actually. It kind of just looks like he's moving linearly all the time. I wonder if we can do anything with that, or if I'm just gonna mess it up if I try and make it better. Because see, from the front view here, it looks okay. We actually don't have a lot of keys on here. Let me just go ahead and bake down just so we have it on every key and I don't mess up the good keys. Oof. No. Yoink. Yeah, I feel like we can play with this translate X here a bit. Oh no, that was not good. Maybe not. It's a very lemony drink. I almost wonder if he goes up too high. Or something just isn't quite right yet with this pickup. Maybe it's how quickly it's coming up off the ground. Let's turn off this motion trail and turn this one on. Oh, that was the wrong key. This might require us to go back to our reverse aim here. Once again. Next time I have to do something like this though, it's gonna be a lot faster, and I'm gonna like script it properly. This time I didn't script it properly. Oh, I hope this isn't messing up our camera view. Oh, it kind of is. This is definitely one of those things that you wait to do till the very end. Because imagine trying to do all this and then I changed my mind on what my animation was going to do. Ah! My monitor, I don't know why this happens. My monitor just randomly turns off and on sometimes. I'm sure it's like dying, but fortunately you guys don't see that part. That was a rude awakening. My monitor was just trying to remind me that I should be saving. Thank you, monitor, for looking out for me. Just trying to get this spacing a little better where he's going slow and then speeds up after he pulls the mace off the ground. Motion trails are your best friend. If you ever watch an animation and it feels like it's kind of stuttering, chances are there's something up with the motion trail where either it's not following a nice curve, like whatever it is that you're looking at, a sword or an arm or whatever, either it's not following a nice curve or the spacing is really uneven. And you definitely want to have like slow downs and speed ups and all of that. So by even, I don't mean like it's all the same speed, but rather like you don't have two frames right next to each other and then the next frame is like super far away and then another frame right next to each other, that sort of thing. So if you think of like a slinky or something, how it's kind of compressing and expanding, that's what your motion trails should look like too. Yeah, we get a little bit of a jitter on the mace now from doing all that, so I'll have to go back and fix it with reversing our constraints. But let's make that be the last time, shall we? I want this to be basically done as far as the mace goes. Oops. This is like really, really nitpicky stuff here that I'm doing now. So if it seems like I'm not making a lot of changes, that's because that's true. Yeah. Eh. Oh my god, Maya. Why are you... Sometimes this like updates immediately and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know what the secret is. No! Oh my god. That was a bad idea. I don't know why I decided to pull it from that perspective. That was silly. I should have known better. Tom, I gotta ask, your avatar, is that your bunny? It's a very cute bunny. If it is. If it's not your bunny, it's still a very cute bunny. But I like it. It makes me smile. Eh. Come on. Okay. We'll hide this motion trail again, and hopefully we won't need it anymore, but I'm just gonna leave it there. Alright, so we'll bake this sucker down, and we'll do one more aim constraint, and hopefully that will be the last. Isn't that exciting? Stick the root down here. And we got our target. Looks good. Myself, it's negative Z, right? Yep, that is correct. Mace target, mace offsets, and our last aim constraint. Fingers crossed. Whoops. Oh. What's happening? Oh, that's right. I forgot to constrain our hand back to the offset. Make sure it's looking okay. Oh, hey, Kunal Sharma, please tell me about shelf editor tools. That copy keys tool, also the others. I want to understand those. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by shelf editor tools. So this up here is what's called the Maya shelf. So like I have, this is the shelf editor. Is this what you're talking about? Oh. Yeah, so you're asking me what these buttons are, I assume. These are just custom buttons that I made myself. And so like this one is just select all. And the way I made that originally was if you just open your script editor here and then you clear out your script editor, and then like what I did was, oops, ugh, I think I just messed up my camera. Yeah, I did. Shit. No! Oh god, what have I done? Well, somehow I messed up my camera. In any case. So what you would do is clear out your script editor, and then like, in this case, I would say turn off everything except for my NURBS curves, and then I would go like this, and I select that, and then in your script editor you can see that it gave you this information here. It said select, and then these are the names of all the controls. And so all you do is you can just like middle mouse drag this up to your shelf, and you can say save script to shelf as type mel, and then you can come in here and you can right click edit, and then you can like change the name of it because this is just how it defaults, or you can add to it in here if you were like, oh, I didn't actually have all the controls selected that I wanted to. Instead of having to do that whole operation again, you could like add the selection to here. So that's what the select toggle is. The toggle will like add it to your selection. The R will reset your selection. So you definitely want it to say toggle if you wanted to include that. And then like this one, just kind of the same thing. It's really simple. I just didn't like the character when I wanted to select the weapon. The control was like inside the hand, and I didn't want to like try and click the control every time. So I just made a quick select button for that. And same with the fingers. This is just specifically the fingers. And then this is it's creating locators and naming them for me as a fast first step to get through this aim constraint process that I'm using. I would normally probably want to make a better script for that, but I kind of ran out of time for this challenge, so that would be in the future. So that's basically what all those are. This is a world space conversion. This is a more in-depth script that will basically take my take whatever control I have selected and change it into world space so that I can have a better understanding of like what it's doing in my graph editor. So it's just like personal preference things that I've made. You could also, if there's like a button that you use all the time, like say you like to bake, you could do keys, bake simulation, and then you can middle mouse click this while you have it open. Or, oh, how did that, hang on a second. I know there's a way to do this. Keys, is it shift? No. Okay, there's a way that you can quickly add a thing as a button to your script or to your shelf, but I don't remember how to do that now off the top of my head. But as you can see, I just ended up giving this a hotkey that I wanted to use, and so I don't have that as a button on my shelf because I just use a hotkey for it. So hopefully that helps you out. I almost always have at least a few group selection buttons for every character that I work on. just because when I'm blocking, I want to save a key on like every control, but then sometimes I just want to save keys on fingers or on the torso. Like over here, I have the Amanda rig, and this is, of course, I was bad and didn't name all these. Again, this was just mostly selection buttons that I made for her. So like right fingers, left fingers, face controls, body controls, that sort of stuff. So really, really basic things that you just copy and paste from your script editor. I might actually make a video sometime in the near future on like just, hey, here's some extremely basic stuff you can do with your script editor, just to kind of like introduce people to how that stuff works without like really getting into scripting. So if you think that would be interesting, let me know. Let's see, this looks a little bumpy here. Need to fix that. Let's make sure we're not messing up our hand motion too much here. Ew. Oh god, what have we done? Put a motion trail on there. Yeah, that still looks okay. Cool. I wasn't sure if by tweaking this mace position a bit, if we were gonna mess up the hand or not. One more axis here to fix up this mace motion. Yeah, we don't want it going back this direction just yet. Same with this key. I'm gonna turn off this motion trail because it's slowing down my modifications here. I guess this one is too. Grr. It's getting there. Let's make this go just a little more to the left, I think. Okay, thank you so very much for your help. Actually, right now I'm watching the Amanda Wax Cycle series of yours, which is amazing. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully you'll find something useful from it. Some of the things I can't able to understand, like how did you copy all the keys from that hotkey button? That's why I asked, as I'm a beginner in animation, I'm learning basics. Yeah, so yeah, pretty much that's how I made that button. It might have also saved a keyframe for me, but I think probably what I was doing is clicking that button to select the controls and then either hitting S or Shift W, Shift E to save a key on all of the controls that I had selected. If I was like copying a key, you can middle mouse click in your timeline anywhere, and it's essentially copying whatever frame you were on previously, and then you can save a key there. So I might have been doing that as well. Or you can literally copy and paste keys in your graph editor too. But for instance, like if I take this key here and I go to the end and I'm middle clicking in my timeline and I hit Shift W, you can see that it changed that key there. And so see, it copied that exact same position to that frame. Obviously, I don't want that, but I was just showing you that as an example of what you can do with it. It's just a quick, easy thing that can really save you some time. Yeah, I know I was kind of blowing through some stuff in my past videos, and mostly that's just because, like, I don't know what kind of level people are that are watching the videos, so I am happy to answer questions whenever you have them. I'm from India, so thank you so very much. Also, you're too cute. Oh, well, thank you so much. Yeah, welcome all the way over from India. I suppose it's pretty late where you are. It's probably, what, 2 o'clock in the morning? I am trying to stream earlier on weekdays. I don't know when my next stream is going to be because I'm finishing up this animation and I want to do some other pre-recorded videos again. But when I do stream, I will also stream on the weekdays, and I start 4 hours earlier than I did today. So it's 8 a.m. my time, and I think it's like somewhere around 9 or 10 p.m. for you. Because there are several people from India that watch my streams, and I know it's very late for you guys over there right now, so I am on the West Coast American time, so it's a very odd time zone compared to the rest of the world because there isn't really anyone earlier than me except for Hawaii. Okay, guys, I think we've got the mace pretty well done here. At some point, I just gotta call it done because I can, like, work this forever, right? It does look like it's maybe dipping down a little bit here though, and I don't want it to do that. Yeah, that's no bueno. So he does kind of freeze a little bit after he smacks the ground. We can really see that in here. I don't think we can see it as much in our camera view. So I might add just a little bit of follow through there. But for the most part, it's like, oh, if it looks fine in camera, who cares, right? At least in this case. Yeah, 1:20 a.m. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying my animation series. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And I am always happy to help answer any questions that I can. So don't be shy in asking questions. All right, let's bake this sucker down. And we'll go ahead and delete this aim constraint. All right, time for some polish, guys. Of course, literally the second after I deleted that, I found something that bugs me. Oh god, that's how it goes, right? I don't like this. How this bounces up and just stops there, so we're gonna tweak that a bit. I think it comes back up too fast, or rather, yeah, it should come back up a little sooner. Oh dear. Check in all these things real quick before I bake it down. Oh, and we've got our translate Y being funny again. We don't want this to move till he picks it up off the ground, so I did not properly copy my key there. It's probably like really tiny at this point, but I still care. Ah. Hmm. Oops, I don't want that to be static there. Alright guys, I gotta let the mace go. I gotta just let it go. I gotta call it good. I've got a lot of other work to do to clean this up, so I've already spent an hour on it today. Rip. Okay. Now for some cleanup. Let's just take a look in our first couple seconds here, or second and a half. See if there's anything that really sticks out. I mean, I guess kind of the hands are doing their own thing right now, like the left hand. Maybe we want to clean that up a bit. Other than that, I think it's kind of okay. So let's see, I should still have left hand offset. Yeah, so we've still got this constrained to this guy here. So for instance, his thumb is going through the other hand. Oh shoot, that's right, I have animation layers. Excuse me. What do we have on here? Oh, that's right. Okay, it was just his torso. So we can bake down, what was it? 94 to 122? Yeah, good enough. And we'll just, I don't want to like merge the entire layer. I guess we have keys on everything anyway. But now, just delete this. Call that good. Okay, let's go back to our little hand offset here. So first pose is okay, I feel, which makes sense because that was one of our keyframes. And here's where he starts to kind of go through the other hand. Now, one cheat I've been using, which, you know, if you have cheats, you might as well use them, is this. Yeah, it looks like I was already using it a bit. Extend high, extend low, so that we don't get, like, this overextension in the arm. Ooh. That doesn't look pretty though. The problem is the position of the wrist. So I might want to change that. So let's see, left fingers. I'm gonna want to delete all these like in between keys here because they're not actually doing anything. And then we'll pose the fingers like whenever we correct the wrist here. As I said in one of my earlier videos of this series, I think this mace is not meant to be two-handed, which is why I kind of have trouble fitting his hands on there, but I just aesthetically, I really wanted to put both of his hands on, at least in the beginning. So this is just kind of my compromise, just sort of faking it. Although, what are we doing with his thumb here? His thumb was behind the mace, and now it's not. So let's... whatever. Some of this I'm just gonna have to ignore. Okay, so like here though, that looks a little ugly. It's kind of bent wrist, so let's fix this guy. Problem with changing the translation is gonna run into some popping here if I'm not careful. And the stupid bug where I try to delete something. Oh no. And it deleted. No, it didn't delete too much. Where I have these selected and then I'm like, delete key. Yeah, and then it resets my graph editor. So this is annoying, especially since I have this like docked, but the way to fix this is by closing and reopening your graph editor. Grr. So we'll just redock that. And now it should work okay. Oh, weird. It's funny, it actually looks a little bit jerky from this position, but not from our camera really, so guess I won't worry about it. Ah, there goes my monitor again. What's happening? My plugs are all plugged in, so I don't know what's going on, you guys. Actually, that one's okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother fixing that frame. How long have you been in the animation industry? Well, for the video game industry, it has been, God, 6.5 years now. Before I was in the video game industry, I was working for advertising companies where I was doing animation, but it wasn't really character animation. I was doing a lot of like modeling and texturing and motion graphics kind of stuff. But I did that stuff for a total of 4 years. So 10 years of industry experience, kind of. It's a hard question for me to answer. But that's the gist of my history. But the game stuff is what I consider like the most important, because it, like, as a character animator, that's been the most challenging portion of it, and that's where you get into like the body mechanics and stuff like that. So for that, it's 6 years. What is this weird nonsense going on here with his arm? Ugh. What is that business? Oh, interesting. His torso just kind of stops moving here, doesn't it? What have I done, you guys? Of course, now, yeah, now if he rotates, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to put this into world space. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Put that into world space. So now, there, that monitor gremlins. Yes, I have monitor gremlins for sure. Here, Kunal, this is an example of like what my world space button will do. So like right now I have this animation, and if I want to change his torso, he's moving his mace, right? And while technically this does have like this parent space changer in the rig, if I do that, it doesn't actually match the pose, and it will completely mess up my animation. So by having this like script that converts it to world space, basically I press this button and I tell it that I want to control both rotation and translation. Whoops, except I need to have my entire time frame done, otherwise it'll mess that up. And now I can go in and animate his chest to my heart's content. And then when I'm done, I just bake it down and delete the locator. So because I'm in here like realizing that his chest just sort of stops moving, I want to like remedy that. Like right here is just like, burp, now I'm done. So let's make that a little nicer. I guess it's not that obvious from our camera view. It feels really bad to me to like be like, well, whatever, it looks fine on camera. I don't want to do it. That didn't really make it look better, did it? Which rigged character is this? Sanjay asks. This is it's a League of Legends character called Trundle, and it is available for free through the agora.com website, but you have to like register, make a login, and that sort of thing. It's all free to sign up, and then they have a page of like free rigs that you can use. Let me give you a link. So if you go to that website and make a free account there, they have a characters page. I have some complaints about this rig, but overall, compared to a lot of free rigs, it's not too bad. All right, let's go back to this hand, checking out the hand and seeing how this goes. Oh, that's right. We need to fix this like weird popping that's happening here. Almost forgot. We got distracted by other things. Oh yeah, it's like stretch, 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 shrink. That's probably because I cheated. This is what I get for cheating with my thingamajig. This also isn't really a very good first pose, is it? Did I mess something up here? What did I do? Weird. I don't know why I did that. totally cheating these fingers. But whatever, he's a fantasy troll character anyway. Ah! Monitor gremlins! Why? Ah. My monitor's dying. I swear I've checked all of my plugins. Or got all of my connections from my monitor. I think it's just dying. This is bad. Everything's expensive now. I don't want to replace anything related to, well, anything. Plus, if I get another monitor, I want a 4K monitor, and I know how expensive that's gonna be. Yeah, let's see if we can even out. Let's see. How about what happens if we move his clavicle forward? I'm gonna throw his clavicle on a layer because I don't feel like messing with deleting keys right now. So do. And let's 0 that out. Oh my god. Ow! So now what happens if we change his extend high and extend low? Wait. Maybe we don't need this at all. Hey, looky there. I guess we don't. Should've tried that first. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, there's a pop right there. Let's investigate this. Alright, I'm probably gonna cheat with either clavicle or the stretch here, because I do want his hand to at least look like it's still on the mace. Joel says, as a beginner, how much time should I give daily to learn animation to make my demo reel? As of now, I'm studying survival kit and side by side doing animation in Maya and learning basics of animation. That is great that you have the animation survival kit. That is the #1 book that I recommend to anyone wanting to learn animation. So good job on that. Keep it up. As far as how much time should you give daily, I don't know that there's really an exact amount of time. You know, I say basically don't burn yourself out for sure. Push yourself on doing animations that are challenging for you, and you know, a few hours a day with missing a day here and there is pretty good when you're getting started. But you know, you don't need to do like 10 hours a day, probably. There's diminishing returns, right? Like, even with this guy, I was working on him for 5 hours yesterday, and I stopped being able to see the progress that I was making or lack thereof. And then today, by returning to it with fresh eyes, I had like a slightly different perspective. So it's good to take some time off. Like, don't do an entire animation from start to finish in one sitting unless it's like a really simple thing and you're trying to work on speed or something. It is better to come back to it either later in the day or another day, and you will see things that you didn't see the last time that you were working on it. As I have already basic knowledge of rigging, modeling, texturing, motion graphics, so it is the right strategy of doing or learning animation. It depends on what you find the most enjoyment out of. If after trying all those other things, you've decided that animation is really the thing that you love doing, then yeah, I say, you know, work on animation. But if you tried out those other things and you discovered you have a love for modeling or a love for rigging, there's no shame in pursuing those as well. It is good, even if you were going to be a modeler or a rigger, it is good to have some level of animation knowledge, because you're going to know how an animator might want to move a character. Therefore, you're going to have a better understanding of where the controls should go, what they should do. And as a modeler, you'll have a better understanding of where your topology should be based on like how the deformations are going to look when somebody animates a character. But the fact that you know a little bit of everything can really benefit you if you're going to apply for jobs at a small company. They tend to like people who have a little bit of knowledge in a bunch of areas, because you're really only specialized in one tunnel vision skill set when you're at like a huge company. So, like, I've never worked for a company that's larger than 100 people. And in every case, the fact that I have a bit of knowledge in other areas outside of strictly just animation has always come in handy. And in some cases, that's why I have been hired for a particular job. Wow, this is really stretching ugly here, guys. Maybe this should come back to see. Nope. Oh, God. What is the deal? Ugh. I guess I'm gonna have to turn the stretchy back on for some of these, because let's see here. Our right hand is a little borked as well. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. We're going to turn our weapon into world space. And I'm gonna do some tweaking. Now here's the problem. Actually, no, that's okay. Never mind. How do I want to do this? I might want to put this locator also on a layer. Because I don't want to lose... Oh, that's not going to work very well, is it? Because it's got a constraint. So Maya doesn't like putting things on layers that are driving other things. So this, I guess, is not going to work. That's a bummer. This is maybe going to be a little problematic. Shoot. Oh boy, how am I gonna do this? What if... Alright, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to create... where's create? There it is. Locator. Right hand offset. Going to parent that under this right hand temp motion Whoops, other way around. Zero it out so that it matches up. And we're going to key this. This is like our fake layer, essentially. So hopefully this works the way I want it to. Oops. Except, derp, we have to break this constraint first. So I'm going to, instead, we're going to parent constraint, maintain offset. And now if I zero out my right hand offset, it should essentially match what the base animation was. Yeah, that's a little better. So now anytime we want it to match the mace animation, we just go back and zero this out and then fix it however we like. Yes. Success. And now, instead of having to key every single frame to make this look good, we're just keying every now and then it's mostly following our mace. These are just tricks that you learn over time. These are certainly not things that I knew how to do early on. Actually, I think I did like that better where it was. Let's just close his little finger here. Oh, nope, that didn't do the trick. That is not where that pole vector belongs. Really kind of want him leading with his elbow here as he's getting his arm under the mace. Yeah, cool. And then should zero out here. Let's get his... No! Oh my god, I hate how I can't easily click in my viewport there. Let's get his little fingers closer together here. Don't like this spread out pose. When in doubt, one finger out doesn't really apply when your dude only has 2 fingers. Kudos to anyone who gets that reference. Except for Zach. Let's have him like kind of tighten his grip here. Zach. Well, it's because I know you know the reference, so you don't get the free points. Wadofo. Nope. Didn't mean to delete that key. Alright, let's give his elbow a little bit of a settle in here. Ah. It's getting there. We're on the home stretch. As I stretched, that was not a coincidence. Completely accidental. This is the point where I just kind of watch it over and over again till something really sticks out to me. Like, there's plenty of small tweaks I still want to make, but I'm just making sure nothing is very egregious. Let's watch it a little bigger, but make sure our aspect ratio isn't cut off there. I might want to tweak my end camera a little bit still. I feel like we've made progress over the last couple days, guys. I have surprised myself. I never feel like I'm making progress. Okay, let's double check our right hand and make sure we like everything there, and then we'll bake that down. Just so I don't like to have too many constraints and locators and layers and bakes and whatever stuff like that, because that's how things get complicated and you can mess stuff up real good. But I think our hand is good for now. Our right hand anyway. Still need some TLC on that left hand, and we'll probably want to fix that slight pop there. Ka-chow. You know, it's funny. This whole time I've been talking about how I'm going to need to rotate the mace around because the spike was like going through his head. And now look, it's like totally by accident because I was just completely ignoring it, assuming I was going to rotate it at the end. The spike doesn't go through his head anymore, like in any part. It comes close, it just sweeps right over the top there, as well as right here. But honestly, that kind of adds to like his badassery that he's like, look at how close this spike gets to my head and I don't care because I'm that awesome. So surprisingly, I don't think I've got to change that, which is pretty cool. There's this weird little rotation. Kind of stops rotating right here. I might want to fix that at some point, but I think I can bake down the hand animation. Yeah, let's do it. Bake it down. When and how did you know that your passion is animation? Canal with all the tough questions, man. That's a good question. I don't really know. There's not like a definitive answer. I kind of have loved animation my entire life. Like I grew up just watching Disney movies and drawing Disney characters and just fell in love with animation back then. And I wanted to be a Disney animator, like a 2D animator, but I never really pursued that. So as a kid, I wanted to be a 2D animator. And then it was in my adult life that I actually officially decided to pursue animation as a career. And that was like after exploring other avenues, because my parents didn't really want me to be an animator because they didn't think that that was a good career to go into, and they were worried about my success. So, but then I was like, nope, this is what I want to do. And so they gave in and they supported me. And yeah, I went to school in Canada for a year to learn animation. Whoops, what did I just do? And that was kind of it. So pretty early on in my adult life, it was like I went to the university to study graphic design originally, and then I was just like, nope, I want to do animation. So it was my what essentially would have been my junior year of college. My third year of college is when I went to Canada and did a 1-year school up there to learn how to use Maya and how to like and actually get official 3D training or official animation training. Because before then I was all just like using the Animator Survival Toolkit and other books and things like that. And there wasn't really the online resources for me at the time, because this was back in like 2007 that I first went to school. And so like YouTube wasn't around. I think maybe it was around in 2006, but YouTube was nothing like it is today. So there wasn't like, I couldn't just go sit in and watch somebody streaming and talk to them while they're animating. And I just think about like how amazing that would have been to me if I could have had that opportunity back when I was learning. And so that's like what I want to provide for you guys. So that's why I'm here streaming and answering questions. And at the same time, I'm improving my own skills as well. Like, I've never done an animation exactly like this before, and it's a challenge for me in a lot of ways. So not only am I potentially providing some insight for you guys, but I'm also getting better myself. So it's a win-win situation. That was a very elaborate answer to your extremely simple question. I apologize. Still doesn't look super great when he picks up this mace here, how his arm just kind of moves and not as much of his torso, but I don't know how concerned I'm going to be about that right now, because from this camera angle, like, I feel like this is working pretty well. Like, I really like the shape that he makes here with this curve, and he's like leading with his head, and I like the actual motion of the picking up the mace. It's this whole flipping it back around to land on his shoulder that I'm not a fan of, but I don't know that I want to really take... It's probably going to take me a lot of extra time to make that look good at this point, and I don't know how much better that's going to make the animation feel, because I think this is the important part right here. So I'm probably just going to ignore that at this point. It was the smack and the lift, the initial lift, that I really wanted to work on, and I feel like those are doing all right. I just didn't want the mace to feel like a Nerf bat, you know? And I don't have very good video reference for this part here. I could try tweaking the body a little more. Like... yeah, maybe I'll do that. So let's make sure everything is baked down first. Okay, it is not. So what is our... yes, our weapon. Okay, so what we should do for this now is, because I have changed my hand independent of the weapon, so if I simply constrain my weapon back to my hand, I'm going to lose all the nice weapon animation. So what I want to do here is we're going to change... oh, actually, okay. So parent space is default, which is to the hand, which is good. But as you can see, like, originally it was all just zeroed out because it was perfectly positioned in the hand. And now I've done a little bit of this motion. So we're going to bake down the mace motion based off of the locator that it's constrained to, and we should see this change. Yep, changed quite a bit actually. So now it's not flat anymore. And now if we delete our locator here, if we move our hand, it is now controlling the mace again, but we haven't lost any of that animation that we just worked on, which is great. I love constraints, guys. They are the best ever. Constraints are a 3D animator's best friend, because, like, as a 2D animator, you don't freaking care about that stuff because you just draw it the way you want it to look. But in 3D, it doesn't work that way. "3D is both a blessing and a curse sometimes." Let's see, what was it that I was gonna do? Oh yeah, the body. So once again, we're going to constrain this to world space so that we don't mess up our hand animation. And I'm just going to, oh right, what do we have on here? Clavicle. Okay, the clavicle, we can just go ahead and bake this down. And then I'll delete this layer. And now we can add our FK controls here. When you use a layer, you always want to save a key at the beginning and end so that you have like your zeroed out position. You can see in here that it doesn't say 0, but if I grab these keys, it says 0. And basically what that means is because it's an additive layer, it just means there is nothing added on top of the information that already existed. It took me quite a while to like wrap my head around how animation layers work, but once I got it, I'm like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. I think that might be too much. Nah, I've changed my mind. I don't want to overwork this, so we're just gonna leave his torso as it is and hope that nobody's bothered by this. What I could do is maybe just animate his clavicle a little bit so his arm doesn't look so funny in the camera view. I think that'll help a little bit there. Just what I didn't like is this like little dip in here. So if I do that, you can see his shoulder a little bit, which kind of helps aid. Maybe bring it back here. Nope, I don't like that. Meh. Oh my god, come on. Why did it get all wiggly for us now? Was that because of this layer that I put on here? No, it was like that before. Okay. Well, whatever. Oops. I think it's this weirdness right here that I don't really like. Oh, but I'm gonna mess up that animation. Is that something that we had going on earlier? Let's see. Oh my god, I have so many iterations now. 207, 205, 141. Let's check 141. I guess I kind of did, huh? Okay. Well, fine. Maybe the issue is just simply the pull vector. Can I learn professional animation like yours without going to any animation school? Absolutely, you can. It will probably take you longer. The benefit that you get by going to an animation school of some sort, like you don't have to go to a brick and mortar school, you can do an online thing. I did ianimate.net, and actually, even though ianimate.net is based in the US, I had a classmate who was living in India at the time, and he still attended our classes. Of course, it was, you know, like really odd hours for him, but he was able to attend the school since it was all remote, and he actually ended up being pretty successful. He got an animation job, I think, before I did after going to school. I can't remember where. I'd have to look him up, but you can learn without school, but having the instructors like giving you feedback and tips and like guidance is all very useful. Not to mention you can make connections with your classmates and with your instructors one of my classmates from iAnimate, I actually ended up getting him a job at the company that I was working for. And it was because I was like, oh yeah, I know this guy, Gene, and he's super cool. We should interview him because I think he would be good to have at this company based off of my experience in class with him. So, you know, there's those kind of benefits. But you definitely don't need a degree, and you don't need to go to a brick and mortar school either. I cannot recommend online training high enough, actually, but it is good to have actual feedback from an instructor of some sort. The other benefit about the online schools is the teachers there tend to currently be working in the industry, and like their teaching is a side gig that they're doing. So they have way more up-to-date information for you. And like one of my instructors was the animation director at Ubisoft, and so he was able to say like, hey, if I hired a junior animator on my team, this is what I would expect them to be able to do in 8 hours a day. So it can be really useful from that sense. Whereas like when I went to the brick and mortar school in Vancouver, my teacher there hadn't actually been an animator in the industry in over 10 years. So a lot can change in 10 years, especially the next 10 years. More will change than the last 10 years, right? So it can be really useful to have somebody who is involved in the industry. All right, let's check our left hand in this beginning here, and then I think our beginning is going to be pretty much done. Whoops. Oh, God. I want to get our locator up here. Oh, yeah, that's right. We put a locator on this guy, and I don't want it anymore because I decided to not change the upper body. So we can go ahead and bake this down. And then delete this locator. Throw an Euler filter on there so it's not all gross. And now we can tend to our left-hand offset. And you know, honestly, what I should do with this offset is the same thing that I did with the right-hand motion. In fact, I think I will. We're going to rename this left-hand motion, and then we'll just make a new locator and say left-hand offset, and we'll parent that to under there. Zero it out so that it matches our parent locator. And we'll save a couple keys. Oh, right. And we need to break this connection here. We should probably bake this down first. Oh God, what have I done? Cool. So that all works now. Oh, that actually didn't need too much. Probably here when it comes off the mace, it's gonna pop, isn't it? Yeah. But that's because it's transitioning from IK to FK. And actually, you know what? I don't even care about it because we don't see it. So, cool. That's all done too. I guess I didn't even use this offset like I thought I was gonna, but let's go ahead and bake this down. Delete these. And let's make sure our pull vector is where we want it to be. Oh god, what happened here? Ah! His finger is like... You know what? We're just gonna... Okay. We're just gonna animate or pose his finger on the mace a little more. I'm not gonna bother with redoing that constraint that I just did. We'll just make his pinky not look as weird there. Or whatever. I don't know if that's his pinky, but... And then we gotta fix this pop right here. So... we can do that with... We're gonna cheat. Do some cheating. That's what 3D animation is about, is cheating, guys. This does actually look like it could be a little better there, huh? But that's probably going to mess up our animation. Whoa, what's with this skinning? Oh, never mind, that's just a texture. So what happens if we delete that key? And that key. And that key. Yes, alright, that's better. Still need to fix this little pop here, but... Oh, that's because... Ha! I accidentally deleted the keys on those guys by trying to delete the translation stuff. Ugh, not again. Stupid Maya buggy crap. I have to reopen my graph editor again. This is totally a hack what I'm doing. Don't try this at home, kids. He's having that little pop because it's switching to IK. Alright, so this isn't working as I planned. I don't know that anybody's gonna notice that anyway. Whatever. Do you use any picker, like Anim School Picker or Animbot or any other specific plugin for animations? Not right at the moment. I do use Animbot at work because work has provided licenses for us and I don't have to pay for it. But I am not using it on my personal computer simply because I'm like, the only feature I really use from Animbot currently is the motion trail feature, which is so much better than Maya's motion trail feature. So it's incredibly useful, but I just haven't really convinced myself to pay for it yet on my personal computer. The Anim School Picker, I guess I would use that if I were using the Anim School rigs, but I'm not really much of a picker person anymore. I used to be, but I actually like clicking the stuff out here, and then you have the hotkey. If you're in Maya 2020, there is a built-in hotkey of Alt-1 that will turn off your NURBS curves, and then you can see Alt-2 is polygons, Alt-4 image plane, so on and so forth. And you could change those hotkeys if you wanted to. In earlier versions of Maya, I don't think this was a hotkeyable feature. So like at work, because we're using 2018, I can't even give that feature a hotkey. So what I did was I don't know, through some Google searches and stuff online, I found out like a little script thing that you can do, and then you can hotkey your script that will essentially turn the NURBS keys off and on. So I can also press Alt-1 on my work computer and have the same effect, but it's doing something different under the hood. So yeah, like the reason plugins are great. I've heard lots of amazing things about Animbot. I don't think I've given it the time. And I honestly like to have a thorough understanding of what's going on in my animation. And by using like these scripts and stuff that I've been learning through Animation Sherpa, I like the control that I have with those. So it's funny, this little knee wobble when he steps on the ground, I think that was accidental. I don't remember actually animating that, but I'm totally going to keep it there. There was a knee pop that I didn't want though. Where was that? Actually, I think it's this right here, and I don't think we really see that from our camera. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna ignore that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it pretty much good. Up to, say, here. So our first second, I'm gonna consider this is fully polished and submittable. And so the rest of the stream, we're gonna spend working on the last, I guess, the last 4 seconds. Polishing up the rest of this. I don't think we'll have too much more to go. Basically, what I want to do is take care of this left arm here. It's doing some motions. Like, it's just it's kind of pose to pose right now, so I want to make that a little nicer. And then I want to make his last few seconds a little more, put a little more life in there. And maybe extend it out just a few frames. I don't know though. It's probably okay. And I might try modifying the camera a little bit so that it like kind of zooms in before it rotates. I'm not sure if I'm gonna like that, but that's what I want to try and see how that goes. My coworker had a good idea of like having the camera come back towards him. Well, first of all, this Dutch angle was his idea, which was pretty cool. But he had a good idea of like sort of making the camera feel a little lumbering at the end, since this guy is kind of a lumbering character. And I liked his idea. I just don't know how well I can pull it off. But I'm going to give it a try. In any case, I do have to go use the restroom and get up and walk around. So I'm going to take a little break here and be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, but I'll keep the music going so that anybody who joins the stream knows that this is not frozen, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Hello, I am back. And Kunal asks, can you please tell me a little bit about the hypergraph hierarchy panel, as I'm seeing that you're using it continuously? That is a question I get almost every stream. I feel like I should probably make a video on how people can use the hypergraph. But yes, I would be glad to tell you. I don't do like a lot of different things with it. Pretty much the main reason that I have it open here is because of the workflow that I've adopted with using locators and constraining my controls to those locators. I like to go in here and grab the locators because they're not actually part of the hierarchy of the character, and I don't always want to have the locators turned on because in some cases they're kind of like distracting to me when I'm trying to review my animation. It's like, oh, I see this locator going around, and it doesn't always resemble the motion that is happening depending on what the locator is. So I turn that off, and then I select things through here. It makes it easy to go in here and like, oh, I don't want this constraint anymore. I'm going to delete that constraint. Or I want to constrain this to the camera, and then I constrain that, and then I can delete things in there. And it's just always kind of like laid out for me like a book, sort of. And it's only a workflow that I've adopted in like the last month or so based off of the animation Sherpa training that I was taking, but also like this motion trail here too. Like I want to turn these motion trails on to see what's happening, but you know, this is really hideous. And if you're not trying to look specifically at the motion trail, I don't want to see all that, but I don't want to delete it because then I have to remake it and whatever, so I just hide it, and there you go. Or I can just look at one of them, that sort of thing. And then there's like, if something is constrained to something else, you can click on this button here, which is the input and output connections, and you can see this hand control is like, whoa, okay, it is attached to all these different things. I don't really know what all this is. This is a bunch of rigging stuff that's super complicated. But if I instead grab like my locator here, and it's like, okay, there's a constraint, but I don't remember what this is constrained to. So if I do this, I can see that the locator, here's the constraint, which means it is constrained to the weapon FK, which is this guy right here. And that's exactly what I wanted because I wanted this locator to follow the weapon around, and that way I could plant a motion trail where that locator is instead of where this weapon control is. Because if I tried to plant a motion trail on this weapon control, that doesn't tell me what the tip of the weapon looks like, so that's why I use this locator here. Berry Slime, I'm back from break. Hi, hello Berry Slime, welcome to the stream. I was just explaining a little bit of how I use the hypergraph. I'm sure there are like a million more things that you can do with the hypergraph, but those are the basic things that I do with it. Okay, what is our next step of polish here? Let's take care of this right arm. And it is doing like this crazy Euler flip here, but I don't really care about that because that's simply because the arm was in IK, and so any of this data doesn't really matter to us. But let's take a look at this, and what I'm going to do here is we're going to put a motion trail on our wrist so that we can track what that wrist is doing. As you can see, it's a little weird and wonky right here. Let's see. I do want to like bake it down so that Maya will show me a key on every frame too, so that way I can look at my spacing. Oh, Berry Slime, I'm back from break is your name. I read it as your name is Berry Slime, and you said I'm back from break, and then I'm like, why did you say I'm back from break twice? Can you, like, make a female version of it in the next video? A female version of my troll animation? I feel like I would have animated this character the same way, whether or not it was a female. But I will likely animate a female in the near future, for sure. In fact, I think most of the work I've done has been on female characters. It's, for obvious reasons, it's easier for me to animate female characters because being a female myself, I understand the physiology of a female body better than I do a male body. But unfortunately in video games, it is more often than not male characters, so I have had to practice doing that as well. Okay, I actually don't want to see this motion trail anymore. It's very distracting. So we're going to just animate this arm right now. Oh, God. Okay, it doesn't want me to do... Animating on animation layers is great, except for when you're working on something that has gimbal on it, and then it doesn't really know how to calculate stuff, which is super duper annoying. So we're gonna have to just manually delete our keys. I think maybe I don't want this straightening out quite as early. Bye. Okay. See ya. Thanks for stopping in. This is when we're gonna have fun gimbal times. think we want to add just a little bit of rotation on his torso here. Just so he doesn't seem so stiff. What options or tools you use in your graph editor mostly? Basically, I want to know which things we must know in graph editor to do animation stuffs. Yeah, so I use the K hotkey a lot, which is this here. When I press K, it gives me the draggy arrows, so that way I can move stuff along. That way I can like drag it behind my timeline or in front of my timeline. I mean, you can also click up here too. It just sort of depends on like, oh, is this easier for me or is my hand over by K already? I use like these break tangent and unified tangents a lot, depending on the curve I want. Like for instance, when the character slams his mace on the ground, you want it to be like really fast and then suddenly stop. So you would want to break the tangent so that you can make it, instead of like this, it's like this. Another tool I like is I use, so there's hotkeys when you're in your graph editor and say you have 3 things selected here, there's hotkeys 1, 2, and 3. And that's toggling between these up here. There's absolute view, stacked view, and normalized view. What this will do is help you out if like you have 2 curves that are very far apart in value and you try to frame them and you want to edit them at the same time. If they're in absolute view, it can be very hard to edit them, but by putting them in either stacked view or normalized view, then you can edit them at the same time, and you can see it's like, oh yeah, these curves are kind of weird, I should maybe fix them up a little bit. Whereas if they're in normalized, it's harder to see. This is a bad example because these curves are actually pretty close to each other, but you know, if you're like, oh, I want to zoom in, but now I can't see my Y anymore. Well, if you put it on normalized, which basically normalized is 1 to 0 to -1, so nothing will go above 1. And if you move it above 1, like say I do this, and when I let go, it normalizes again. So the value did change, but then it re-normalized it. And then the other one that's really useful is this, where'd it go? Where are you? Animation buffer, here we go. Oh wait, no, that's auto load. Where is it? Duh, it's these right here. So the buffer key can be really useful where it's like, all right, I want to modify my X rotation on this control, but I don't know if I want to keep it. I just want to see what it looks like, right? So you can say, click buffer curve snapshot. Whoops. No key selected creep buffer. Okay, I guess I have to select the graph. So buffer curve, and then if I move this around, you can see that it saved that curve there. And now I'm like, oh god, okay, this looks really bad. Actually, he kind of looks more like a troll, like this. That's pretty funny. But then I can just hit this swap buffer curve, and now my animation is back to normal. So you can keep modifying that. And if you modify it and you like it, then you hit the create snapshot button again to save the new graph. That was actually kind of funny. But maybe I'm like, oh, okay, that was too much. So now I'm going to swap again and come back, and then you can swap back and forth and see how that's affecting your animation. Oh my god. I'm actually kind of mad about how much I like that. It's sort of great that he's like bending over all ridiculous. I'm not going to keep it though. But that was pretty amusing. I'm easily amused though, so that's not really saying much, I guess. Otherwise, oh, and I'm so stupid. I can't believe I forgot to mention this. My favorite tool in the graph editor is this retime tool. So you could have a few keys here, and I was using this, I think, in my last stream. You can use this retime tool and you double click. And so if I were to move these keys, which I don't want to do because Maya is like lagging really bad with this character when I use the retime tool. Normally that doesn't happen. But if you move these keys together, or these bars, everything in between these bars will stretch and squash evenly distributed between those bars, and everything outside of those bars will stay relative. So if I move this bar in 10 frames, everything in between there is going to be 10 frames quicker, but then everything after that bar will be shifted 10 frames earlier in my timeline. If you add another bar, say like this, then if I shift this bar around, everything on the left side of that will become faster because I'm compressing the keys, and everything between this bar and the bar to the right of it will become slower because I'm stretching out the keys. And then nothing outside of those 3 bars will change as long as I'm only moving this middle one. The other one I like is this, the region tool, which I used during the stream today, I think, where you can select this here. And again, it's really laggy with this character for some reason, but you can basically just scale your keys based on this box. And that can be really useful too if you just want to do a quick retiming of something. Those are the most common tools I use for sure. These other ones, yeah, and these are just like, I used to use like, oh, linear tangents, spline tangents, auto tangents. Now I pretty much just exclusively use auto tangent, and then anytime I want to make a V-shaped tangent, then I just break my tangent and control it manually. But I don't like to leave a lot of calculations up to my graph editor, so I just kind of manually control everything myself. So his foot kind of stops here. Let's see if that's obvious in our camera view, and it is not. So I'm not going to worry about that. But I do want his arm to animate a little bit. Oh, see, now I've got my buffer curves on, which I actually don't care about right now, so I'm going to turn that off. Not that it's hurting anything, it's just adding visual noise to my... Well, I guess I can't turn it off. Fine. Oh, well. What is our clavicle friend doing? Oh, that's weird. Did I grab the wrong? Those are doing the same thing, huh? That's... Oh no, my Maya isn't updating, or my graph editor... Ah, God. Yeah, look at that. I deselected everything and now I've messed it up. Okay, fine. Sometimes Maya just gets buggy and the only thing you can do is close and reopen. Let's see. Windows, animation editor, graph editor. Come on, you can do it. Yeah. It's really, oh no, it's not. What happened? Why did my graph editor? What did I do? Is it because what on earth? Did I, oh my God. Somehow I broke this, guys. Did I pin something somewhere? Oh my God. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna try restarting my... Fine. I guess it doesn't even want to quit. There we go. Let's start you back up again. Hopefully that wasn't like a hotkey that I hit that saved a setting in this file. We'll find out. Oh, so far so good. Hurrah! Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's Maya just gets buggy sometimes. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think my clavicle is just chilling there at the end, but oh, this is weird. Actually, that's all okay, I think. So it's just the shoulder animation that I want to change. That's interesting. I have translation on this shoulder. I suppose I probably did a locator dealio. Nah, we're just gonna leave it as it is there. And I think maybe I'll have his fingers go into a fist again right here. Frame 107. Delete these. Delete those. Ah. One most important thing that brings in my mind always, is it necessary that you must have or know drawing skills to be a 3D character as per your experience? Absolutely not. It helps if you have some drawing experience, but you don't have to be amazing at drawing. The reason why I say it helps is because if you take some like life drawing classes or you do some gesture drawings of people in action and stuff like that, it helps you learn to observe people and like the way that bodies move and that sort of thing. So drawing can really help you with those skills, and then that will help you develop an eye that will make your animation posing look better too. So I highly recommend practicing drawing, specifically gesture drawing, for that purpose, but you do not have to be a good 2D artist to be a good 3D animator. I do draw sometimes because that's just something that I enjoyed before I pursued animation. But I, for one, was like not good enough of an artist to be a 2D animator, which is part of why I chose 3D animation. So there you go. I actually don't like his hand going into a fist here. Let's just have his fingers in a slightly more relaxed pose here. Actually, what if we make his fingers splay out while he's lifting this up? I think maybe his arm doesn't need to come as far forward here. Let's see what that looks like. Actually, that was really bad. Let's maybe delay. Actually, I don't know. Let's have his fingers, his hand kind of come up as anticipation here before his elbow. And sort of push back his finger animation here. Alright, let's get... Oh no, what happened? Ah! Let's get a little bit of settle in his arm here in this last bit. Oops, did not mean to delete that key. Ah, come on. It's almost there, guys. Oh, except the loincloth. Balls. Almost forgot. I don't think that'll take us too long. Here, let's just throw something on there real quick. The back one, I might not even bother with it. Oops. Except we do see it a little bit, I guess. For practicing animation, what should I do? Should I shoot my own reference or download it from the net? What do you do? It all depends on what I'm trying to do and how well I can do it. If you're trying to do some sort of parkour stuff, you know, don't shoot your own reference unless you know how to do parkour. In those cases, I always look for things online. I find YouTube to be a really good resource, and I also use a lot of Getty Images because they have a whole bunch of like high-res videos that you can download for free. It'll have a watermark on it because they don't want you to like use it in your commercials and stuff. But you can download it for free as a comp video and you can use it for video reference. Like, you don't care about a watermark when you're just looking at something for reference. So I do a lot of Getty Images for that. When it comes to some more simple animations, like a walk cycle or something, you could potentially do video reference of yourself. Some stuff I've done recently were like a character dodging, a character stepping down from something that's a few feet tall, a character stepping up onto something that's a few feet tall. And, you know, it's like, oh, if you're just doing that kind of locomotion and you have the tools to make the video reference yourself, the nice thing about that is you can do exactly what you want to do from the exact camera angle that you want. Whereas like the video reference that I used for this piece was just like a compilation of a whole bunch of different things. In fact, I can show you the video reference if you would like to see it. So that can be challenging when you're trying to piece together different videos that don't all work together. So I recommend for starting out when you're new to just find a really good video reference piece and try to analyze it and emulate it fairly close, but you don't want to like rotoscope it. So you want to do things like push the posing a little bit and that sort of thing, maybe push the timing, but you know, you probably don't want to like stray too far from video reference until you get the hang of it. But let's see, open with QuickTime. When it comes to acting pieces, I tend to try to do that myself. But, you know, it's like you got to make sure that you're somewhat decent at acting, and it takes a lot of takes. Like, usually I do anywhere from 40 to 50 takes, depending on the dialogue piece. And the thing that you always want to think about when doing your video reference is don't overact. Like, don't think about, oh, I'm doing a walk cycle. Okay, I need to make sure my arms are swinging back and forth. Like, don't even think about that. Just do things the way that you would normally do it, and you'll get all these like little subtle things that you're not actually consciously doing when you're making the video reference. You'll get all these beautiful subtle things that if you incorporate that into your animation, it's going to take it to the next level. When I was first starting out, I was really hesitant to use video reference because I thought that implied that I wasn't a good animator, that I thought it was a crutch, but it's like the complete opposite. Like, you will not become a good animator if you don't study video reference. So anyway, here's the video reference that I took. So now this is 51 seconds long and my animation is like 5 seconds long. But you can see this first clip is my biggest point of reference. And what I was referencing here is just this guy on the left doing his motion. And so if you look at my video here, whoops, or rather if we go back to the beginning, you can see how much... Oh no. What happened? Oh no, we've broken our animation. Okay, well, pretend that's not a thing. Oh no. All right, well, I'll fix that in a minute. These are the problems with using constraints. Anyway, then like that was... I was using this as a reference of swinging and spinning, but I ended up not doing the sideways spin. I didn't really use that. Most of this reference I kind of didn't use. I sort of used this, I guess. But mostly it was like this guy smacking the sword down. And then when he lifts it back up at the end here, I've kind of like taken a little bit from that, but not much. Like, you can tell my animation looks a lot different, but I was mostly using this stuff as like, oh, how does the body move when he's lifting this? Like, you can see how he does this C shape in his line of action in his body because he's trying to lift this heavy object. And I didn't do anything quite that extreme because I didn't want this mace to be as heavy for the troll to lift as it is for this guy. But that's an example of how I try to incorporate video reference into my animations. But I recommend starting small. Start with small exercises. If you're working on body mechanics, referencing parkour videos is good for like jumping and running, climbing, that sort of thing. And if you're doing acting, you know, I recommend probably acting stuff out yourself because you don't really want to use existing film and television as your video reference because it's already a work of art. And so there's like a very fine line of plagiarism. It's totally acceptable for you to use an audio line from a movie or TV show, kind of like that's essentially what 11 Second Club does. Like, you're not allowed to make money from it, but you can use it as like an exercise for yourself, and you can animate a character acting out that line of dialogue from a movie or TV show and put it on your demo reel, and nobody's gonna like point their fingers at you and say, hey, you didn't record this audio yourself, I know what movie this is from. It's like they don't care. They just care about your interpretation of it. So what are we gonna do here, guys? What happened? What is this nonsense? Okay, so this is what happened. I didn't record it pre-frame 30, so I'm messed up, but I think what I can do is just bake this down. I don't think I ended up really doing anything with this, but if I bake it down at frame 30, and then I delete my constraint, it should work again. Yay, it still works. Okay. All is well. But now anyway, you can see how I referenced that first video of that man spinning and wielding a mace. So that was honestly the biggest part that I referenced. And the further along I get in my animation, the less and less I actually go back and look at my video reference. I use it a lot in like the first third of putting my animation together, and then after that, just, you know, maybe look at it every now and then for something or other. Hopefully that answers your question. Here, if you want, I will show you something entertaining. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, maybe I can't. Nope, never mind. Huh. I thought I had uploaded a video reference of mine some time ago, but I guess I didn't. Oh wait, here it is. Okay. Let's see. I don't know if this is gonna work right now. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought I had some video reference uploaded that I could show you, but I guess I don't. I suppose I removed it, so that is that. Okay, let's give a little bit more TLC to the ending here, and then I think we'll call it a day. Nope, don't like that change. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna animate the loincloth, wasn't I? Whoops. I'm just gonna delete all these keys here because there's essentially nothing on there. It's maybe a little too far underneath him. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this loincloth. I just want it to not look super bad. No. Oh god, what's happening? The annoying thing about this is that it's like constrained to the hips in a really weird way. Oops. It's time to go now. It's 4 a.m. now. I need to get some sleep. Oh, yes. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long. Yes, please go get some sleep. There won't be too much of a difference between now and the next hour anyway, as far as what I accomplished. So you pretty much saw the majority of what's happening. So thanks a lot for hanging out and talking to me. It was a lot of fun. Have a good night. Ugh, I honestly kind of wish this guy didn't have a loincloth because it's annoying. Thanks so much for giving your precious time and suggestions to me and answer all my silly questions. Oh, thank you so much. Not silly questions. I'm happy to help. I hope you found some usefulness out of my answers. Have a great night. You know, I'm just gonna see what happens if this inherits some motion from the dude or above it. Actually, what happens if we do this? Let's turn it into world space. And see what happens if we just offset these keys. Sorry for disturbing you again. No, no, please don't apologize. You are not a disturbance. If I didn't want to talk to anyone, I wouldn't be streaming. So you were not a disturbance whatsoever. I am happy to answer any questions. I hope to see you again another time. Actually, this got us a good portion of the way there, I think. Just doing this simple little trick was pretty good. Yeah, who knows, man? We might work together someday. That is 100% true. It's a very small industry, so you never know what's going to happen. Oh my god, you guys, I'm like really tickled by how well this little trick did. Actually, this is great. That's awesome. One last question. How can I contact you further if I want to ask some more questions? You are very welcome to join my Discord if you would like. You can either like join the animation Discord itself, or you can just like message me directly on Discord. And of course, you're always welcome to return to streams for any sort of live questions. But let me post a Discord link. It's on my YouTube homepage, but I will give a link here real quick. There you go. That is my Discord. And you're welcome to like come by and if you upload your animations to Sync Sketch and post them in the Anim channel, you know, you can get feedback from me and possibly from other people there too. So. All right, so we'll delete that locator, and now we'll put one on this guy. Let me zero this out first. Convert to world space, rotation. And let's see where that gets us. Maybe a little more. Cool. It's not 100%, but that got us, I would say, about 80% of the way there. And that was really fast. I'm glad I didn't spend more time trying to fiddle with that than I did. So bake that down, delete this, and then there's just a couple of spots that need a little bit of love here. So I'm just going to throw this on an animation layer, save my keys, and this spot could use, let's see, save a key there, save a key there. Cool. And I'll just put this one on this layer too. Ear itches all of a sudden. Alright, it's not amazing, but I feel like it's also not terrible. Eh. I feel like it's good enough, honestly. It's not the most important part of this character. It's just we don't want it to be distracting. So we'll bake that down. Delete this layer. Did we have locators still on that? Nope. Okay. And let's just do the same thing to this back one real quick, like. So we'll do our world space conversion, just rotation. We'll grab, make sure I have it just on the locator. Grab these guys. Offset them. Actually, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. But let's not grab our first keyframe because we don't want it to be completely frozen. Ugh, that actually looks kind of bad. But it's only on screen for a short period. So let's see what it looks like. Okay. This one, maybe we need to do manually because it didn't work quite as well. There's just a one control, right? Yeah. Weird. All right. I think it's good enough. bake that down. You know what? I'm just gonna grab. Oh god, no, 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 no. I didn't mean to do that. Lols. I meant to grab all, and we're just gonna throw an oiler filter on those. Okay. Oh my god, where's my ear itch? I think I'm probably gonna call it good. Feel free to point out anything that looks like super egregious that you're surprised I haven't seen myself. But let's maybe add just a this is extremely probably unnecessary, but I'm just gonna add a teeny tiny bit of animation to his fingers here. And I'm gonna make his thumb and index finger always happen a frame earlier, or maybe 2 frames earlier than the pinky. Except for this spot, the pinky should happen first, so. Okie dokie. Alright, last thing I'm gonna do is see if I can manage something a little more interesting with this camera. I'm not terribly sure I can. So it just saved and it was 141. I want to try this whole like lumbering thing that my coworker suggested. Yeah, I don't know that I want to do that. We're just going to maybe try offsetting the roll here. And make the translation happen a little earlier. Let's see where that gets us. Or specifically the translate Z, perhaps. Not sure I like that. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We're just not gonna save that. I don't know if it's like I've just gotten used to looking at this camera now or what, but some element of lag would be nice on that final roll. Okay. Yeah, that's like what I wanted to do. I just wasn't sure if I could do a good job. I really don't want to make people motion sick, and because I don't get motion sick, I have no idea if it's gonna make someone motion sick or not. I guess it's like just one shot. It's not like it's somebody's playing a video game and they're probably not gonna watch it over and over. So maybe I don't need to worry about it that much. How's that, Zach? Maybe. I feel like all my translations need to happen at the same time. Is that better? You're the only person giving me feedback. I'm relying on you. Oh no, lag. I don't know if like rolling it the other direction first is a good idea. Probably not. Oh, no, that's not good. Nope. Stop it. Yeah, the camera felt pose to pose, I agree. I swear I'm not good at animating cameras. Camera movements are great, especially the shake at the end. Cool, thanks, Tom. Now I feel like I made it too delayed. What have I done? Alright, I don't want to work the overwork the camera now. I think I'm gonna call it a wrap, guys. Of course, now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna submit this, if I'm gonna throw a scene together or just give them a play blast, put a bunch of junk in the back to give it more of a perspective. I don't know, but I'm gonna figure that out off stream. I guess I have to turn this in tomorrow, but yeah, in any case, there you have it. I hope we did okay. I don't expect to win anything, but I just wanted to participate. The stuff people are submitting is really, really good. And I went extremely simple, so I don't think anybody's gonna be wowed by it, but that's okay. Oh, thanks, Tom. It's been great having you here this whole time. You're the one who's seen it start to finish. I guess Zach has too, but he's cheating, so. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, guys. And I don't know when my next stream will be. I haven't decided when or what my next stream will be. But at the very least, I will have something in the next couple weeks, whether it's streaming or another just like regular video upload. So until then, I'll see you soon. Take care.